and be ready to be. You're not going to say this. Thank you for this program, and you also
Today we stand powerful perception where leadership, where innovation meets inclusivity, where the brilliance of this stage. This event is not merely a conference, it is a testament to what is possible when women are not only included in the organization, but women have been at the forefront of local techniques. Pioneers like the is considered to be the best programmer, and Adrian Johnson, whose calculations are sending astronauts into space, and the many trailblazers leading groundbreaking projects. At this occasion, we have some trailblazers, such as Uduma Yosanya, Biba Kuziri, Christiane Anoja, Sato Adipte, Dr. Samuel, and many others who will be representing with us here. So get ready. Across the continent, women are engineering solutions that are smart, locally relevant, and globally competing. They are building platforms, coding innovations, funding startups, and shaping tech policy, and mentoring the next generation. Yet, despite these advances, we know that there are challenges, structural barriers, underrepresentation, and limited access to resources still hinder the full participation of women in the technology ecosystem, and it's our collective determination to close that. Thus, while the African tech ecosystem is growing rapidly, women are still underrepresented. Globally, women to every woman in tech here today, mentoring others or breaking barriers and bottlenecks. You are not only shaping your own career, shape. We come today not just to exchange ideas, but to collaborate in shaping solutions that will define the future of our continent. And we do so with the understanding that sustainable development in Africa will not be engineered in isolation, but through intentional partnerships, inclusive innovation, and shared leadership. Let this forum energize and inspire. Let it serve as a reminder that the future of technology in Africa is not only bright, it is female-led, solution-driven, and Africa-focused. On behalf of the organizing team, I warmly welcome you and wish you fruitful discussions, new partnerships, and a renewed commitment to engineering a better, more inclusive Africa through technology. Thank you.
Share. Impact that women are making in technology and engineering for today and for the future. So please, another round of applause for Professor and everyone in this room for taking out time to be sure that you're with us this morning because we understand the importance of this topic, technology and engineering. And speaking of people who understand the importance a few and then mention some others throughout the event. We would like to thank NITDA, Dangote, Transcorp Hilton, Royal Academy of Engineering, MTN Foundation, IIBA Nigeria Chapter, Ibom Air, the Society of Petroleum Engineers, Young Women Code, and Founder Institute Abuja for being amongst the amazing part. an engineer or a web developer, graphic designer, share with us your random, your most intimate dreams, then we can try our best to make it happen. So please, I want to engage. I don't want to be the only one talking, please. So don't air me. But please, I'll come to you. So it's better that you just announce as much as you can. So I would like, while you guys are deciding to share your dreams with me, I would like to recognize the presence of Princess Umai Idonyi, the representative of the Federal Minister of Women Affairs. Please, a round of applause for her. She's here to let us know all about women dreams and how we can definitely impact with technology. So I'm coming to you guys. You already have some of mine, but she's hiding behind this. Biomedical engineering, right? Like sometimes when people think of medicine, they just think of the hospital. So she mentioned that something about next level, higher level, beyond just medicine. So she came here this morning to attend this summit. 10
I came to this summit. I was really inspired. I've learned of Womenovate some years back, and I really wanted to attend this. And honestly, I'm really inspired. I've seen so many wonderful people in this room, and I can't really hear more about it. I'm really hopeful about it. I think my parents. I'm waiting to hear about it. And from what I've heard so far, I know it's going to be really encouraging to learn it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. As we said, We Engineer is all about inspiring the next generation of females that are working in technology and engineering. So like I mentioned before, I want all of us to also engage with our online audiences. So I do have some Wi-Fi for you, ladies and gents. So the internet passcode is, this is all capital letters. It is NYR9H. That is again capital N, capital Y, capital R, the number 9, capital H, and capital H. Also actually flash here. So while we wait for our next speaker, we're going to have a light bit of tunes. I want us to engage. Since you didn't want to talk to me, it's fine. But please talk to your neighbor. Talk about how we expect to impact women that are in technology and engineering. I'll be back in 2 seconds. So when there's in high, on the red palace, yeah, sure. I just go to the camera.
democratic, especially women and who are vital in unlocking Nigeria's political potential. In today's world, technology and engineering are not just enablers of development, they are the very foundation of global competitiveness, resilience, and transformation. Yet, despite their critical importance, women remain underrepresented in this field. This is not merely a social issue, it is an economic one. Unlocking the full potential of Nigerian requires unlocking the full potential of Nigerian women innovation in design and in problem solving areas where they have already begun to shine, as we see in gatherings. Though in initiatives such as the National Industrial Policy, Nigerian Startup Act, and sector-specific incentives under the ministry, we are fostering an ecosystem where innovation can thrive, especially by supporting women-led enterprises, tech hubs, and MSMEs. We are proud to work with platforms like Women to, to bridge the gap, to bridge the gender gap with them, support indigenous innovations, and strengthen Nigeria's position in the global digital economy. Let me also affirm today that the ministry is ready to provide technical support where needed by it through policy collaboration, enterprise development programs, or linkages to national and international markets. Today, together, we must not only celebrate innovation, but actively build systems that sustain and scale it. At this juncture, I urge all of us, government, private sector, academia, and civil society to work together to create an inclusive and enabling environment for women in tech and engineering. The future we are striving for is one where every girl with a dream to innovate can find the support, education, and opportunity she needs to strive. Let me conclude by once again thanking the Womenovate team and all the stakeholders here for championing this important cause. The ministry remains committed to policies and partnerships that advance inclusive innovation and industrial. Together, we truly can engineer and innovate for better Nigeria. Thank you very much. Thank you. Women to the world. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause for our amazing Minister of Industry, Trade, and Investment. And for me, I think my take home from that is we want to ensure that no person is left behind, especially the young girls. Of course, I mean, because girls want the world, right? Girls want the world, right? So, of course, we want to ensure that young girls are growing up believing that they have a place they can truly make impact in technology and engineering. So, please, another round of honorable Minister of Trade and Investment. So now for another goodwill message, we'll be having Princess Jumai Idonye, who is representing our wonderful Federal Minister of Women Affairs, Honorable Minister Imam Suleiman Ibrahim. Please, a round of applause as she comes up to the podium to share a goodwill message with our amazing ladies of technology and engineering.
Good morning, everyone. I'll just observe the protocols that have been established. We were invited to present a keynote address. The Honorable Minister of Women Affairs would have been here, but as we speak, she's on her way back from Lagos and has asked that I stand. But she'll be joining you for the event. My name is Princess Jumai Idoniji. I'm here with another SA to the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, Haja Amina, who is the SA on Women Economic Empowerment. So because of the importance she has attached to this event, she has asked two of the very senior officers to be here. Now I read her message. I'm delighted to join you today at the Women in Technology and Engineering Summit.
an inspiring platform that echoes with the passion, resilience, and ingenuity of Nigerian women shaping our digital and industrial future. As Nigeria's Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, I speak from the front lines of a national transformation agenda that places women at the center of innovation, governance, and economic growth. Under the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, them as strategic drivers of change. In today's rapidly evolving world, the full inclusion of a strength. And yet, we cannot ignore the persistent barriers. Despite their brilliance and tenacity, women remain underrepresented in STEM education, access to capital, mentorship, leadership positions, and innovation ecosystems. These are not just gaps, they are development deficits. The Federal Ministry of Women Affairs is committed to transforming these deficits into opportunities. We're building inclusive, gender-responsive policies and programs that advance digital literacy skills development, economic empowerment, and leadership pathways for women in technology and engineering. However, we cannot do it alone. That is why we call on all stakeholders from across sectors, government, private sector, academic, civil society, and development partners to forge greater, more intentional alliances with the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs. Together, we can design and deliver high-impact interventions that equip, empower, and elevate women in tech and engineering. In line with this vision, we're currently working with the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria to curate a first of its kind all-female-led engineering and construction project from start to finish. This ambitious, thank you. This ambitious initiative will not only showcase the technical expertise of Nigerian women, but will also set a new national standard for inclusive development under the renewed hope agenda. We invite Womenovate and other women in the space to join us to make this a reality. In addition, through strategic flagship programs such as the Nigerian for Women program, the National Women's Empowerment Fund, and the Renewed Hope Women Agricultural Empowerment Program, we're enabling women to build careers, business, and communities anchored in innovation, resilience, and equity. Beyond infrastructure and policy, we're building a movement that invests in girls from a young age, encourages curiosity, dismantles barriers, and inspires a new generation of women to lead in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We envision a nation where every girl believes without doubt that she can build, lead, and innovate. Let us rise not as women waiting for change, but as women becoming the change we seek. Let us code, construct, and create from the ground to the cloud, from the laboratory to the boardroom. With every circuit we wire, let us spark a nation's pride. With every structure we build, let us tell a story of strength, skill, and purpose. This is our moment, not borrowed, not begged, but earned, deserved, and long overdue. Let women in technology and engineering become the living signature of the renewed hope Nigeria, a nation where inclusion is standard, leadership is shared, and every possibility is within reach. Together, let us build not only machines and systems, but a legacy where every woman and girl in Nigeria knows that the future of innovation Yes, her name. Long live Nigerian women. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I thank you.
Please, another round of applause for her and for the Ministry of Affairs for working towards the inclusiveness and opportunities for women in technology and engineering. And I'm sure you're excited as me to find out more information about that all-female-led engineering initiative. Such a great one. So before we continue, I would like all of our keynote speakers to join us on stage for a picture with our founder. It's not easy to get all of you to leave your homes this early morning, so please let's capture the moment. So please, yes, keynote speakers and Mrs. Usman, please, if you can join us on stage for a picture. Thank you.
On the red card is a woman. It's a lot that's not. She's a constant friend that feels my soul. In a stop, she'll protect you like a child. That's a woman. Oh, she'll put a smile on my face.
BGR Consulting.
Thank you for being here today. I'd also like to call on Engineer Nolly Ofede, the MD and the CEO of Contego. Contego Travel. Here we go. Interesting. I'd also like to call on Ms. Udunayo Fanya, the Executive Director of MTN. All right. Unfortunately, it looks like two of our candidates will get it, but I'm sure we're going to have very engaging and interesting discussion, especially that both of you have been doing in terms of capacity building, in terms of creating an enabling environment for women in Africa, and also creating opportunities, economic opportunities for us. I would like to ask both of you to quickly introduce yourself before we get to Habiba, please.
Just connect to. Good morning, everyone. Please, I would like a response.
Good morning.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so to the industries as well as Africa expansion strategy. Another thing that I recently co-founded is called
in a much before it was for us, but that whether it's in terms of health, education. And so the theme was that focus on till date we have what divided like about the about 100 and what is just great that so we ensure that we're not people don't like big work. So we just how so that we understand how we train that and we also provide what I think that was but last year we closed up with that meant setting up one solar power and then going to be focus on chef that preventive health care. We don't keep for like terms of tolerable and then the purpose is focus on them. And over the years, in terms of studying them, really fast men. So what we did last year is focus on that. So I think right now we have about 65% at a point of where women who are involved we're closing, the gap and going forward expect of in because when while not in the community, so that don't have to work when not so they have so that we also have a program so here we look at so beyond that, seven is all not five, but it's across all life. So we thought was important. So the data show that something that focus uh, in the especially around COVID, then only I think about 10% when women say, and we thought it was, we looked at Nigeria, Nigeria, okay, people for reach uh, capital access for women. And so we set on that journey. But nobody phone and provide. But the difference is, the opportunity. But to be candid, it wasn't about justice. Because they didn't want to, they didn't want to know or realize. And so what we did, come up with a program called the work that to work with them so it was first about building capacity for women. Until date, I think about 9,000 like to put together time to pay consultants like that come up put it together for us. And so you with a take of because that was also fully funded by by the and so it's been a very great journey. Yeah, women bring certain level to the table.
Thank you so much for that. I also align of my great. You don't just do it, how do you that diverse they bring it very much have diversity and I'm speaking of talent which they are and been trying to create an elite environment, especially and this is that's beyond our youthful population. Nigeria is one constitutes around how one technology, not just what active she could I'm sure how uh,
So I want to actually there with under so there hasn't been that much growth, especially when it comes to mental health. How do you um, so since inception, we our numbers we stopped counting after the um, classes or um, we have to put some of us uh, with existing platforms that would spotlight women. So most most women done a lot of work. Most women and they begin to study. And when they study, we then import that because we know that I, and then they often might be founder, then we start the one the marketing cannot that most whenever we discussion still lack of this. Sometimes creating the book maybe someone like this is more than some people advertise your business and look at the second we get that where they advertise the time and the work that we're doing at is we don't get that's what I have access to, you also have. We're on a very flat simple events that allows people to connect, no, we don't have like go and cross, we don't have, and especially women, black people should be able to ask questions, and we encourage you to even tell people that marriage, like, you know, so, eh, like, chance, standpoint, having strong allies that are where I feel comfortable for them on there to take their point, another point. So in summary, I would say one is opportunity to access. First, you can always DM me on social media. Please, I say I think you walk up to me or walk up to anyone to have a conversation. That's the first point. Not to walk up to me. 9 times out of 10, we will exchange numbers. That either I'm really attend to what you have, or best to someone from my team. To be honest. The second thing is giving them useful tools, simple useful tools that will help. How did I start? Because to be honest, I hate being in public. For someone that is wanted out there, I hate it. But I love questions so much so that and I was just like, I'd rather deal with comfort of having something that shows what I shows practice, that shows the initiatives that the stages that I'm than to constantly answer. So you have to also do that, right? And when you do that, you have to be like sure representation and never at that one person like one. And it's like 1970. I hate what things I figured. One time I thought for like while I was in school, I was first grade do well and I took my and then oh my god again. Where man I want to go to be able to teach for and tell so by doing that after we give a conversation and there we give allow them to feel that they're also represented and it's purple that where they feel like they also so that's right.
Thank you so much for that. I picked up something very important, and I think this is an aspect that we must think about mentorship, coaching, establishment, so that the younger generation, we're not just capturing them, but we're ensuring that they have the that inspire them to do what they want to do. So back to the EP of MCM Foundation, I know that also the one you did very speaking of solutions and also looking at the numbers going forward to knowledge. I'm very reported the
the gap, the talent of utilizing it, and also we can 8.5 trillion on if we do not position. So we all know how our situation, especially we have to in terms of infrastructure, in terms of digital skills, in terms of how is MTN trying to build not just in Nigeria, but in Africa. We're not talking about basic, we're talking about talent, we're talking about skills in the skills in cloud computing, cybersecurity, UI, UX,
Thank you. So at MTN is like yes, Nigeria is how many countries in Africa put together, you know, that get um, and it's every country has- and just think that we believe that
intend to drive this for women in workforce?
You know, when we started, it was very simple. We had one simple idea, and I kept thinking about it for like over almost a year. The main reason why I started it was I just could not take the talent market. It was insufferable. You know, that was the major issue. I was like, everyone needs to be upskilled, including me. Down on everything. And I was like, okay, how do you do that? So we tried e-learning platforms. We tried the mentorship circles. We tried face-to-face, and this was also pre-COVID. So you have to understand that the world pre-COVID and now is completely different. You know, not everything is remote now. Pre-COVID, we were technically dinosaurs. You know, we tried everything, and it's like, okay, we need to find something that actually clicks. Because this upskilling is the future. Every conversation that you have, and you try to figure out a gap, that gap exists because there's people involved. And the only way to close the gap, especially when there's people involved, is to upskill them on a particular area or particular subject, or to just try and get their minds open with different things than what they know. So that concept was validated. Um, and I thought it was a Nigerian problem. You know? Before you start traveling around Africa, you always assume it's a Nigerian problem. It's not. It's not even an African problem. It's a global problem. Everywhere you go, I remember basketball recently had like a show, and it was like, who did a relay race and made Africa a third world country? Like who ran the race and decided that Africa would come third place? It's not a Nigerian problem. It's a global issue. And without this desire to even want to upskill yourself, there is not a single training or initiative I can offer that will get you there. You have to want to be better. You know? The 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 silver bullets that we found is that we can try to get people there to the point where they feel the need to upskill themselves. That's the starting point. And we did all that work to find that that was the answer. If they don't want to do it, then you can. I love that you have free courses. I'm even gonna advocate for all my staff to join. Thank you very much for that. But yeah, they have to want to do it. So all the English that we're speaking is to motivate people to get to that point. So you know how difficult it is trying to change a perspective or change a narrative or change how someone thinks. But that's the starting point. Where BGR comes in is we simplify it. Because Nigeria and Rwanda and Ghana are completely different markets, each country office has a different vertical. Nigeria is the driver of all our revenue and operations. Rwanda is the driver of our partnerships and our collaboration because you consider it like the emerging next best thing out of Africa. Ghana was unfortunately a different exercise. So each one had a core focus area. And in doing that, we involved a lot of women-led businesses. All our partners, whenever we go somewhere, all our partners were all women-led businesses. All of them were young, they were under 40. All of them had one goal of changing the perspective of Africa. So that was also our starting point when it came to conversations. Whenever there's an opportunity for something free, we offer it to women first. I'm sorry to the men, but it's a tough choice, and I'm not afraid of saying that. We offer it to the women first because we are technically the minority, and ensuring that we sit with that discomfort of knowing that that's the fact. When we are also spotlighting, we spotlight more women than men. That's a given. Like sometimes I even forget to post men's events. Honestly, I'm just like, who is this? I don't know this person. Why find me like some women's content? Let me let me repost and write about it. Honestly, And when I go to a conference and maybe the whole panel is men, I sit in the middle. Like I'm not moving. Like yeah, And all those things were uncomfortable at first. So when you do it, you also encourage others to do it. Like speak louder. Firm your shoulder up. So little things like that, which you might think, oh, might not be so important. Those are the most important things. And I'm so grateful that I have a young team, both men and women. Some of them are in the room here. And I try to say that they are the critical drivers of my operations. I feel like this company will just, not exist without them. And how I also pick them is, are they active learners? Do they want to learn? So I'm not gender discriminates when I hire, but even imagine the exposure that they get, knowing that they work in a company that also operates in a different market and they get to interact there. So we're not afraid to try new things. We're not afraid to fail. We're not afraid to beg for partnership. Give me a hand. And we're also not afraid to stand by causes we believe in, like Womenovate. So I'm grateful for the opportunity. And I hope that this answers a lot of the questions that people have. And please walk up to me and talk to me.
I hope he or she doesn't feel biased saying that we're giving opportunities for women to our people, right? Because he's a he or she, he wouldn't feel anything. I'm sure you'll be happy about that. One of the things that, at least before we get to the question and answer session, she said is they will have to want to do it. And that's quite strong. Because I know of institutions that try to create opportunities for, but they don't come forth to take those opportunities. It might be because they are not informed, or maybe they don't see the potential, or maybe for the longest period of time we have been left behind and we're very comfortable with that position. That has to change. We need to do something about it collectively. It is not just for TechBridge to target women in the northern region, because we understand that there are sociocultural biases and norms that exist, or just BGR to work with the continent to try to bridge those gaps, or MTN Foundation to bring those opportunities forth. But it is for us to be ready to take it up. When those opportunities come, grab it. If you look at political participation, we're left behind. We're just at how many percent? And even when we go and fight, we say we want women. It's very hard for you to find women that are ready to take those things up. I'm just trying to use this platform to pass the message that we should be ready. When the environment is enabled, let's already be in a position to take this on. Thank you very much. I will open the floor for questions now. Please, questions from the floor. All right, we have one person over there. Do we have a mic?
Good morning, everyone. Amazing panel session. My name is Blessing Abaninem, and I'm the head of programs in Aseni. My EVC was supposed to be on this panel, but sadly he had really pressing issue. He was at the gate, literally, and he had to turn back. And for me, just here as the head of programs, giving the opportunity as a young person for an agency such as Naseni, that's the technological hub of Nigeria. We are driving the government's plan for innovation, technology, engineering in Nigeria. Conversations have arose regarding women participation, and I'm just standing. It's not a question. I'm just here to I know my EVC is a he for she and he will support what I'm doing right now to just, state Naseni's commitment to partner with, MTN Foundation and of course you. What is Naseni doing? Yes, we can, as a round of, Lami's here and she's the project lead for what we call Delta, delivering engineering leaders through her. That's one of the things that Kaleb did when he came to office to ensure that, we bring STEM education for young people. We started off last year with our first project. A lot of people were giving grants. This year we have scaled up to, the North Central, and we are bringing young, the school children into it. Not only that, we have 2 trained UAV pilots right here. They were staff that had no knowledge. Please kindly stand up our UAV pilots. And very soon, Naseni would be launching both of them. So UAV pilots, just to say that those are some of the things that we're doing at Naseni. We have various skill acquisition centers across the nation, ICT, STEM related, and it's something that's very key for us to see women participate, to see women given the opportunity. And just to write to what you said, when it's time the women will rise, most of us don't even have this knowledge and this information, and that's where Naseni comes in. Naseni is the highest employer of government officers that have female engineers and scientists. We have over 2,000 scientists and engineers. So I don't know if there's any agency, because we're a science and engineering agency, so we have them, we have that club of people. And what we're doing is looking inward to work outward. As Tunde will say, you can do great things from little places, but of course shining the light. And Ma, if you're ready, we want to set a meeting with our EVC to see how we can partner. That's I'm shamelessly pitching and holding your hand. So thank you so much, everyone.
I just told Habiba that we'll attend that meeting together.
Fantastic. Any other questions?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Patrick Ezinachi. I'm the Students Affairs Co-Chairperson for Society of Petroleum Engineers Port Harcourt section, and I'm a he for she champion. So that's why I'm here. My question is simple. So I was having an interaction with a girl child a few days back. So she asked me a question like, if I am not science inclined, how do I come into this space of women in tech? So I want to know, is there a possibility of integrating art into this STEM education to help the girl child who are not so science inclined but still have some skill sets to bring in into this new energy space? Thank you.
Okay, maybe I should. So thank you very much for that question. I actually have 3 daughters. So I'm fully, I tell my husband that he lives in a female hostel. so STEM really is not discriminating. Yes, so there are subjects, there are disciplines called STEM. But I know people who are not they're not trained as STEM, in any STEM discipline, but they are members of various STEM platforms. And the reason is because even on the STEM platforms, all the opportunities they will ever need will not be limited to STEM. So I think you need to encourage that, the gentleman that asked the question, you need to encourage the lady. So I'll give you an example. My first daughter just graduated school. She studied law. And I keep telling her, I said, you know what, you need to learn how to do more with artificial intelligence. Do a bit more. I don't want her to go back to school and become an engineer. No. But I tell her that there's an added advantage. Maybe a lawyer who understands AI over another one who doesn't. A fashion designer, I tell the person who makes my clothes, I said, you know what, you need to learn to use different software. There's a difference between, so the tailor who just sews and the fashion designer who leverages softwares, AI to design. The outcomes are different. And so let's not look at STEM as just the subject. It's actually become a life skill, like swimming. And I think that's what you need to tell the young lady, to say that if she may not want to study engineering, it's okay. But she needs some level of digital knowledge, technology, to, even if she's a musician, she needs it. That's where the world is going. So I think you should encourage her to, to let her know that it's not wrong if you're not. I just heard this then, and unashamedly, I'm okay. But so that she doesn't feel inferior. And I begin to round up. My second daughter just finished WITE, and we're talking about a friend of hers that I know very well. And when she told me she's a commercial student, I said no. I thought she was doing sciences. Do you know that this girl wanted to be a pediatrician? So in her year, they use all these years now, year 10, that's her fourth form. She was a science student. In her year 11, she was a science student. She changed, she switched. In the year she was writing WITE.
Wow.
But you know what? This girl almost got 300 in JAM.
Wow.
I think she had 298 or so.
Wow.
Now, everybody cannot be like that, but I'm trying to say that let's not see STEM as a fad, because that's what it's become. We're still going to need musicians. We're still going to need poets. We're still going to need writers, novelists. So if everybody abandons that, I'm sure the world will be boring. The only thing is that we all need this knowledge in bits and pieces to accelerate the work that we will do. So that's what I would say. And she should check. I'm sure there are a litany or maybe even scholarships still going for arts students. You understand? So that will be my own explanation. I don't know if
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So
Thank you.
when she asked me that question, it got me thinking, since we are innovating, can we add that A into it so that it come out like science, tech,
It's STEAM. So Nigeria has our curriculum in Nigeria is STEAM. So you have the A is arts, and the government acknowledges, that. So, and I'll give you an example. Sorry, I can only talk from what I know and what we've done as a foundation. So about 17, even before we started the STEM school, so our STEM scholarship scheme is around, I think it's our 16th year. About 18 years ago, there's a school of music in Lagos called MUSON. It was founded by the Musical Society of Nigeria. We started funding, so we give scholarships to MUSON students. And somebody will say, oh, but they're not in university and all of that. And I'll tell you what, MUSON offers a 2-year music diploma. So what we found is people go to universities, they study music, they come back to music, and now get that diploma. But what we've done is, so from day one they started the diploma school. We fund, MTN, the foundation, funds all. It's a small school, so I think till date we have about 500 graduates from MUSON. But they're doing great things. Some of them have become professors in schools outside Nigeria. Some of them are in Nigeria, but they're doing, amazing things. So there's a lot going on. And I think, like our moderator said, it's something that we might need to now, all of us need to think about. How do we pull and aggregate this information almost in one place for any woman to go and check? Because I'm sure maybe, except I'm saying it now, a number of people may not know about this research opportunity, but people come from all over Nigeria actually come and attend, to learn, music. So I think that Moturai, that might be something we take out from here to say how we pull opportunities, aggregate it in a place on a platform for women just to have access. Even for mothers, it can be a way of even mentoring, using that to mentor one's child. So yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Odunayo. Okay, we have a question. We're almost out of time, but we'll take the question in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Well, actually, I just wanted to add to what you just said about all this technology aspect. I have my daughter, when she finished secondary school, she wanted to go for fashion designing. But then I was like, why do you have to go for fashion design when you can just go to a tailor and learn how to sew? And she was like, no, she can't just go to a tailor and learn how to sew. She wants to go to school, get the technology, know how to do it from the scratch, get a degree on it. Then because she doesn't want to be called a tailor, she wants to be called a fashion designer. And I was like, wow, okay, if you want that, okay. And then she actually came out to be one of the best in, I actually forgot the name of the university in Ghana. She came out best. And when she designs, she used the AI and all that. And I'm like, and she was like, Mommy, you see, I told you, it doesn't have to just be a tailor. We need to step up our game. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We'll take, I see we have a lot of questions, but we've literally come to the end of this session. We'll take the questions, behind this. We're all open to taking your questions. VGR is here, MTN Foundation, and TechReach as well. We will address your questions individually. And I'd also like to add that technology, there is always an intersection between every sector with technology. It permeates every aspect of our lives. And that's why you find technology in agri, you find technology in health, you find technology in creative economy. And I think that's what the ED was trying to say, especially that Nigeria has a big scope of culture and a lot of traditions, and we have a lot of things to show. And that's why it's important for us to use technology to drive us. I don't think there is anybody here that doesn't know AI. Although you're not into technology, but I'm sure you have used it in one way or another. If you do not use ChatGPT, you might have experienced it through probably social media handles or whatever.
Just to screech.
Again, one of the things that we're advocating is not just for you to have a degree in technology, but skills is very important. I've seen people that have done anatomy, that have read biology, that have read languages, but are thriving today in technology. And they are even seated in Nigeria and are being employed abroad because of the skills that they have. So we encourage everyone to use technology and to understand, not just to use, but to understand technology, to use technology and be part of the architects of innovating and building solutions for the next generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, my amazing moderator and my panelists. Before you exit the stage, you already know you gotta take a picture. Please, Victoria, please can you join us on the stage for the picture? So while they're taking their picture, I know I took a lot of notes. I'm sure you did as well. But some things I just want to point out are the fact that we've been talking about tech, right? And oftentimes we feel like, oh, tech is such a huge thing. I don't know what tech is about. I'm not in tech. Even beyond the AI. If you have one of these, you are a woman in tech, okay? Please know that. It is, because there are many people who do not know how to use this device. They've never seen it in its forms, and then as long as you have this, you have started your tech career. So don't feel like you have to go do engineering or what have you. This alone
This is how me I make my money, right? So it is my career, this is my work. So please know that as long as if you have a microwave, everything's tech. Like you think that things are not tech, everything is tech. So just remember that, especially since I said we want to share the things that we're learning here at home. Let people know that they are already a woman in tech as long as they're using these devices. The world is seconds away as long as you know how to use Wi-Fi data in your phone. So another round of applause for my amazing moderator and my panelists. I would like to recognize the presence of members of EBOM Air who are one of our amazing supporters for this event. We have Mrs. Imelda Abba, who is the Group Manager Corporate Services of EBOM Air. And we also have Mrs. Aneke Esenet, who is the Group Manager of Marketing and Communications of EBOM Air. Please, a round of applause for them. We appreciate their support. There are many companies we reach out to for these kind of events, and they don't get the big picture. But a company like EBOM Air understood the point of having such events this afternoon. I would also like to recognize our other supporters and partners. We have Cloud Plexo, WinBiz, Connect Her, eHealth Africa, North South Power, Salma Atta Foundation, of course the International Women in Engineering Day Group, Barrett Charity Foundation, and JEGO. So I already mentioned eHealth Africa. So I'll be calling up my next moderator for our fireside chat, none other than Ota Akibe, my sister from Hood, Director of Partnerships and Programs of eHealth Africa, who design and implement innovative digital solutions that empower communities and strengthen health systems. Please, a round of applause for her, as she'll be handling the fireside chat on innovation and inclusion. We're talking about women in technology and engineering, so she'll lead the conversation.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's such a privilege to be here this afternoon to moderate this panel. I have a special lady who will be joining me here on stage and my other special panelists. I hope they'll be able to join me online.
Yes, they will.
Oh, great. Okay. Okay, just is anybody joining online?
Yes.
Yes, they are. We have full.
Just a bit of housekeeping. While we're waiting for that, I'd like to introduce Dr. Amina Sambo Magaji, representing the Director General of the National Information Technology Development Agency. She is the Deputy Director, E-Government and Digital Economy Department at NIDA. Welcome. A round of applause, please. Yes, away from the questions. Yes. Apologies, Ronald was just introduced to me right now, but I would like to introduce you to join us here. Thank you. Just a second for us.
Well, I can speak. I just can't hear you.
We talk about saying that if innovation is
Okay. Thank you so much for having me. It's a great pleasure to be here today, sitting on my boss's place. Um, Mr. Kashifu Abdullahi, he's a CCIE, so he sends his warm regards. He's a genuine he for she. Yes, he's a genuine he for she. And you can see we also have two representation here to make sure that our voices are heard and show our partnership with Womenovate and platforms speaking about STEM and trying to bridge those gaps. Okay, so before I start to speak about inclusion, right? I really enjoyed the panel that just happened before we came in. And I really liked specifically the example of Madame, where she was saying her daughter she dared to be different, right? In a field where people thought it's just one of those things, right? You can just be a tailor, go to the tailoring school and learn. So imagine, rewind yourself to almost like 30 years ago, where I had the opportunity to study computer science, 1995, right? I also wanted to be a medical doctor. Not really wanted, but the clients, the people around me, because I had good grades, I was good at math and some other subjects, everybody felt be a medical doctor. And I did computer science instead. Luckily, I have a family that is into academics, and that really helped. So imagine that time, almost 30 years ago, right, where I had the opportunity to study computer science here in Nigeria, and then opportunities to accelerate that study with a master's and a PhD outside Nigeria, and then doing artificial intelligence and graduating almost 8 years ago. And now, fast forward to what's happening now, right? And seeing people speak about AI like it's a whole new paradigm, when it's something that has been existing in my life with a lot of solitude around it, right? And a lot of challenges that went around it. So the conversation within that panel really was something I could relate to, and I feel it's something that is the kind of conversations that that should be happening. It's a conversation I had in the toilet when I went to the restroom and I saw the young girls, the future of the world, not just Nigeria, right? And I asked them, what do you want to study? What kind of problems do you want to solve? And all of them some of them gave some suggestions, and some said, I don't know yet, and all that. And I left, I didn't leave without telling them that whatever you want to study, right? Um, don't always take opportunities where you ask questions and say, I don't know. Say something, say like, I like math, or I like this, or I like that, or I even want to study medicine, and I say the next time somebody asks you, you can change it. A week later, you can change it, right? Nobody needs to force you to be who you don't want to be, and you should know that we're in an era where you need to learn unlearn, and relearn. If you don't pick that kind of spirit, you will not be able to succeed. And technology cuts across every single thing that we do. So we're not, personally, I'm not an advocate for everything. Everybody has to study a STEM course, just like the ED said. No, you don't have to study science, technology, engineering, or all those big courses, engineering and all that, to be able to make it in life. Actually, no. You just need to understand that it has the power to support whatever you're doing and take you to the next level. One of the top founders in the field of artificial intelligence it's about accessibility, it's about making sure that it's co-created, community engaged, it's about also building the skills. That's where we speak about digital literacy. I'm sure we'll come to that. So I'll take a pause.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate the insights. Round of applause, please.
All right, I think Doctor already said it pretty much, and good afternoon, everyone. And since I'm finding myself in the midst of women, so I better be careful of what I'm saying. All right, so inclusion first, I have to put that gender thing there. All right, so inclusion or inclusive innovation that we're talking about, what benefits everyone. any product you're building that benefits everyone. And they can narrow it down. And I think practical example, things we've been doing, either from organizations that are represented in the past and now building Afrocentric APIs. We built, you know, ever wonder why most robots that are built are actually feminine, right? There's some strategic, you know, first, shout out to every ladies here doing something very, very marvelous, fantastic, in the field that is dominated by men. Please, let's clap for ourselves. That's a practical example of inclusion. Inclusion is going into the rural sector. We have a quick start that we can actually talk about. 60% of the total African population stay in the rural sector. 40% stay in the urban sector. But between 15 to 20% of the infrastructural supports being shared between urban and rural is what the rural sector only has. And then if the population of 60% is there in the rural sector and 40 is in the urban sector, but yet the tools needed to actually facilitate change, it's not accessible to the rural sector. That's not inclusive. And if we're saying that the Africa has about 60% of the total world unexplored minerals, 30% of the total world uncultivated arable land, and we're talking about population, GDP. When it comes to GDP, the most critical driver to GDP is population. Nigeria has the biggest population, right? So we are saying that somehow, the entire world is heavily reliant on Africa. Narrow down to Nigeria, because we said population is a critical driver. Then narrow down to the rural sector, which has the population. But guess what? There is counterproductivity in that. That is not inclusive. Inclusive product is what benefits everybody in terms of gender, language, whatever that can create barrier or constraint to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you. While we're speaking, we can see that two panelists joined just to check if they can hear us. Hansatu Adegbite and
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Introduce you to.
Do you know who you want to go first? Does it matter?
Chris, can you still see them? I can't.
I can't either.
Okay. Thank God.
The cameras are probably on us right now, and we're just chatting. So hi everyone, if you can hear us.
Technology.
Yeah, right? Unbelievable. Oh, they say they can hear and see us clearly. All right. Well, we can't see you, but we're just going to talk, right?
Exactly.
So why don't you introduce yourself first, and then I'll go after you. Is that fair?
Okay. Thank you so much, everybody. Just like Chris said, we can't see you, we can't hear you, but between the two of us, we'll just go ahead. I'm Hansatu Adegbite. I do wear a lot of caps. I am a very strong gender advocate and also a strong private sector individual. I currently serve as a national consultant on private sector partnerships for the UN Women in Nigeria. Chris, over to you.
All right. Well, it's hard to follow such a nice intro there, but my name is Chris Foltz, and I'm the Global Entrepreneur in Residence at Founder Institute, the world's largest pre-seed accelerator, which is where I came across this amazing organization and company, Womenovate, and all the impact that's made there. In my day job, I serve as Managing Director of Responsible Solutions, responsible.com, and I get to see the world of innovation and startups, and more importantly, the role that women play in this. I'm the product of being raised by 3 generations of Italian women, right? So if anything, I have more of my life has been dedicated to the knowledge and everything I learned from those three fine people, and I try to apply that every single day. I was there at the beginning with Womenovate. I'm so thankful to have the opportunity to be here still today and watching M and the leadership of this great team do things that many people said were impossible. So we're here today to talk about inclusion, and boy, do we have a story to tell about Womenovate and its origins. So thank you for thankful for being here today, everyone.
Thank you, Chris. I guess I'll just add my remarks since we don't know what the moderator is saying. But I think for me, when we look at financial and digital inclusion, or should I say digital inclusion, I would like to look at it from the women's economic empowerment perspective, because once women don't have access to first digital literacy and then access, then they can't be innovative and they can't contribute to national development in that regard. And I've listened to the other speakers, Odunayo, my friends. I'm happy Dr. Amina is here. She's the guru here. But when it comes to inclusion, I think what we should be looking at is that the lack of digital inclusion leads to a higher level of poverty that is already prevalent in most of our rural areas and also for a lot of our women. In addition to that, the absence of digital literacy affects obviously market access for women. A lot of us can go digitally and buy so many products online, sell so many products online. The World Wide Web Foundation states that less than 23% of Nigeria's women, and we're over 100 million, less than 23% have access to the internet. So you can imagine how many of them are excluded from that level of engagement when it comes to market access. When you look at entrepreneurship and the opportunities around technology and digital businesses, they're also excluded. When you look at systematic barriers and discrimination also, and the kind of opportunities that women are exposed to, you'll be surprised that they can't also leverage on market linkages. Chris, let me even let you know about one or two things that are challenges for us here when we look at socio-cultural barriers for women and technology. Again, about 60% of northern women in Nigeria, and that's just one aspect of our population, about 60% don't have access to internet at all. Then we have a situation whereby in a survey done, about 55% of men don't even want their wives to have access to anything digital or be online. And then 61% of fathers don't want their daughters online. So you can see the kinds of barriers that we are up against. And so the National Women's Economic Empowerment Policy has a whole implementation and action plan around digitalization for women in Nigeria, if given the opportunity. So we need to look at digital literacy. We need to look at digital infrastructure. We need to look at digital access. We need to look at areas, data and so on and so forth, education, skills development, as well as programs in the digital space. Well, let me not just take up all the time. Chris, I'll hand over to you to add your own few words.
You know, I love hearing those statistics. It really does give perspective. You know, one of the things I'll say is this, I have the privilege of experiencing the entrepreneurial and STEM landscape around the world. And originally, when I got involved, I did some research and I found out that in Africa, more women are graduating with STEM-related degrees than anywhere else in the world, right? It is literally the home base of the most graduates that are women. But then when I looked deeper into fields like research, I noticed that less than 3% of the research jobs in science and technology in Africa, Nigeria specifically, were women. That's 10 times less than the international average when it comes down to it. So what I think has happened along the way, and that organizations like Womenovate have changed the dynamic for, I think what's happened is inclusion has become this checkbox, right? It's become this this compulsory action that if we don't do it, then we're going to be left behind. But that was never the original intention. In fact, it was the exact opposite of this. And you see, what it actually takes is it takes leaders saying yes, right, to things that they've never done before. It takes leaders like in standing in rooms like this, joining all of us in rooms like this, like all of you, to actually make the difference. You know, I do a lot of work in artificial intelligence, right? And my business partner is a legend in this space and many other spaces in computer science. And oftentimes people come to us and they say, hey, join us on this journey. Start this AI product with us. And I say no to all of them until one day I got a message from somebody named Ayodele Odubela, a Nigerian woman. And she said to me, she said, Chris, I want to start this nonprofit AI research lab. And when I'm sitting there and I'm thinking about statistics and I'm thinking about everything, it's not a matter of statistics. This is one of the brightest women I know, both IQ and EQ. And when she said, yes, I want to start this lab, would you join me? I said, yes. So my co-founder in my AI lab is a Nigerian woman, right? You see, so it takes leadership like that, not necessarily me, like her, to actually ask people to be part of something. I'm the minority when it comes down to the leadership team of our AI lab. And we are doing things around the world when it comes down to safety and risk and making sure that the future is bright for education for our children. It's because of people like Ayodele and like Monturayo and people like you that I'm sitting here having this conversation with. It's people like all of you that inspire me to show up. I accidentally got involved in Africa. And it was the greatest, most serendipitous accident of my life. And within the first year of being involved with it, we launched Womenovate. I say we like I have some sort of mouse in my pocket. Monturayo launched Womenovate, and I was there at the beginning and saw what it was. And it was about 6 months later, it was named African Startup of the Year. And it was because Em woke up every single day and say, yes, I'm doing this for the right reasons, thus it won't end for the wrong reasons. I want to change the statistics and paradigms, and I do as well. So I appreciate all of you for having me today in this fireside chat, and make sure when you have the opportunity, say yes to one of these young women that come to you and ask for support. I promise it'll change your life, and it'll change the output and impact for the prospects of humanity forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Back to you on the stage.
Yes.
Office for Nigerian Digital Innovation. It's been in existence for about 8 years. It started off with Honorable Minister Mobolaji Johnson. It was active for about less than a year. And then I came on board. I was leading that office for about 4 to 5 years. And it's still in existence. And it's the office that is implementing the Startup Act. If anybody knows what that is, entrepreneurs here, if you don't know, you should go and do research to understand the opportunities that the Startup Act can give you. So it's basically an office that creates the enabling environment. So when you're speaking about innovation, inclusion, it's definitely an ecosystem approach. It's something that you should have players in the educational sector. You should have investors, you should have government, you should have the entrepreneurs themselves, and then organizations like Womenovate and my platform, She and Tech, and so many other platforms, She AI, and so many others, right? That need to play their own part to ensure that we'll collectively achieve our common goal. So as government, NICTA's main mandate is to develop those enabling policies, whether they are frameworks, strategies, to make sure that technology is inclusive, and it's also addresses ethics, right? So in the line of inclusion, in that office, we actually built a document. Ikilima just left. She was quite central in building the policy document around inclusion, digital inclusion in Nigeria. So it looks across all the key pillars of building a digitally transformed nation and ensuring that for each of the pillars, for example, building capacity, building solutions, you name it, that inclusion is really well addressed. Speaking from gender, all the perspectives that we heard here, physical and even with our counterparts virtual. So that document kind of ensures that if you're doing anything in relation with innovation, you make sure that inclusion is being addressed. So specifically, I'll speak about digital literacy. So about 3 years ago, NIDA opened up an office, a department on digital literacy. I was privileged to pioneer that office. And when I was on board, the first thing we did was to say, everybody speaks about digital literacy, but what is digital literacy? Really, what does it mean for Nigeria? How can we be able to measure our digital literacy? What metrics can we use to measure how digital literate Nigeria is and all that? So we started off having a framework. We did a national digital literacy framework, which currently we're implementing across all states in Nigeria and trying to incorporate through strategic partnerships. Like I mentioned, an ecosystem approach is what would make it work. So in ensuring that there is inclusion, we reach out to all state governments to let them know about this framework, to work with them to inculcate it into the educational curriculums and come up with initiatives like the Digital Literacy for All. I'm not sure if any of you knows it. So Digital Literacy for All works with influencers, actors, actresses, everybody, right? To make sure that, the average Nigerian understands what it takes or has the right skills to even be able to take the advantage of this digital that everybody's speaking about. So I feel that's one very key area where inclusion is being addressed. We work with people with disability, whatever kind of disability. We work with the organizations, non-for-profits that can reach out to them. So because the one of the key things that unlocks potential is not just giving people, like they say, fish, right? It's teaching them how to fish. Let the average Nigerian understand the opportunities. I think someone mentioned, I think in one of the conversations or the keynotes, there was a conversation around it's important for them bring them to that point. I think it was Habiba. Yes, to the point where they would understand. Yeah. And they will take ownership. They don't need you to spoon feed them. So that is a very key place that we're playing in terms of ensuring inclusion. And we have programs that are specific for women, right? We have programs. So we have like innovation challenges, we have capacity building programs specifically for women. And in almost all the initiatives that we drive or partner to drive, there is a certain amount of slots that are dedicated only for women. right? Just to make sure that we drag them, because I remember when I was at the innovation office, and we have programs where we would take Nigerians to showcase them across the world. You would find we would have like slots for 10 people, and then I'll have 100 men applying. Right? And then maybe 5 girls would apply. And then even when the 5 ladies apply, right? This is a fully funded international trip to Dubai or US or something. And we're here, all I'm trying to do is to prepare them so that they will showcase themselves to the world. You can't believe it that before we travel, a lot of them drop out. Yes, a couple of them have dropped out to say, "Oh, I have a little baby. I don't know where to take the baby. My husband said no, or my father said no, or things like that." So I just see these fantastic opportunities just sleeping. And these ladies are fantastic. Honestly, not because I'm a woman, right? But you know the creativity and the way the women think and map things together. You know, it's something. Sorry, excuse me. It's something. Yes, a round of applause for women. While you're there thinking, you know, we have limitations in science, STEM, and all those things. Honestly, it's a field that suits women very well, especially technology. There's no the barriers are they've been shattered, right? Yeah, they've been shattered. So wherever you are, whoever you are, whatever religion, whatever you do, you know, the opportunity is there. You can do it in the comfort of your house. You can do it anywhere with your pajamas. You know, just know the skill, know how to apply, know how to create your social media footprints, and then you're ready to conquer the world. Thank you. Thank you very much for the practical examples. And I completely agree with you on the ecosystem approach. And when you were listing out the different platforms that are, you know, doing it, and actually just to mention, speaking about platforms, we do have a platform called EHA Academy, which provides free training for young women and gives them the capacity they need for software development, analytics, still in this area. So it was very good that you mentioned that. And just to commend the agency for the very proactive work that we see you do. Well done. Yeah. And speaking of the underserved community, sometimes when people hear underserved, the mind races only to maybe very rural areas, but really that's not what it is. So speaking, some of these demographics we're talking about are part of the underserved areas. And I want to ask you, Ronald, we have heard today from the first session, we see so much that is being done to provide upskilling and platforms for these people to thrive. Can you share with us from your perspective, what would you say are more ideas or ways or thoughts that some of these young creators that are in the underserved community space are not just simply watching from the sidelines, but they have the tools and the enablement to be able to make the next innovation?
All right. Thank you so much for the question. Practically, the approach that I'm going to take to answer that will be to just talk about STEM Garage. Because I'm not a politician. I'm not trying to sell my products. So I founded a social enterprise 2 months ago. I didn't know it was going to be that big, but probably, I think I founded something even much more bigger than I am. Being invited to the New York, to the UN, just to even when it wasn't registered. So something tells me like there is something that is right about it. It's my first social enterprise, and we have had partnership with TIEs, which is like the biggest STEM ecosystem in the US, and they are already in the fundraising. I mean, a lot of progress is the biggest product is the number one product I've built that has gotten traction in less than 2 years. So what I'm saying this is that this is a clear validation to tell us how much interest lies when it comes to inclusion and STEM. African Union is saying let's give 2% of our GDP contribute into STEM. But I have to go to the case studies of what other, shout out again and to NEET there. And then not because they're partners, but That agency is really doing that. And then you guys may not be from the outside, but you can do the block. And bringing in, it's not just about the media. It's strategic wanting to have the architects in Nigeria. It's not because we just want to create an event. And I hope people will know. Down to the regulatory framework as well that NIDA has been building. You realize down to the people of faith, religious group, because they also have contribution when it comes to like ethic and all of that. That's part of inclusion. And then you can't take religion away from Nigeria. So somehow, why don't you build something around that? What we're doing around STEM Garage, which is something that I think, at Port Harcourt Tech Expo, we're having a conversation. And somebody was talking about access, that there is no access to rural sector. I'm not saying let's start building boreholes that uses remote for the people that are in the core rural area. And I will say on the set, it's not just the really the core rural area. There is Galagmo has a village, Pape or something. Yeah, they've got villages over there, and there are other couple of villages around. I even think like almost every area like Ujar here, they have a way. Yeah, they don't up to that. Yeah. So what do we need to do differently? The first thing we need to give to those guys is access. Access. The second one is you cannot make a man understand something if his salary depends on not understanding it. I did a project back then so there's something on the STEM garage called Slum to Tech. One of the programs we're trying to do. And then yes, we have one full program for the ladies, as well on the Slum to Tech. When I went to Bayelsa, we're done with the project, and I'm like, okay, you know what? Tata contracted us. And I'm like, let's leave something behind for the community. For the monitoring and subsequent monitoring of this project, we want to train people on drones. I was certified them. At that time, we do not have a regulatory body for drones, so you can't even have a drone pilot license. So I'm going to have to fly them outside Nigeria to train them. And I was willing to do for 4 people. And you get your certification, regularize it on the NCA, and fine. And then you monitor. And then you know that this is your own project. But guess what? The community requested money from me to train their own kids. Well, I'm not going to blame them. And that's what I said. You can't make a man understand something if they're being paid for ignorance. So I tried to put myself on the shoe. But perhaps some people have come before from the government. And they heard that this could took maybe $1 million. But at the end of the day, so they don't even care if I'm doing it for humanity's sake. So again, we're talking about mental awareness. And when Doctor was talking about digital literacy, in the art of it, it is not just teaching them how to understand the basic code. It comes from the mental education. To let them understand the reason why, and it will baffle you tremendously, the adoption rate of technology in the rural sector. Our prediction is being wrong. It's been faulted. Because when OPA came back then, we would say, oh my God, market women will never be able to use it. It became the wallet they were using. My mom, she only has an NCE. My dad has to do a PhD thing. But guess what? My dad cannot stay the phone number on the phone. He's going to call his PA, come do it. But my mom knows every gadget. She's the one that tells me, what's this something? Can you come on Facebook? Something is on Facebook. This one is on Instagram. Like, I don't even go on those platforms. So then, and if you narrow it down, which I'm rounding up, the literacy level does not directly mean or equivalent to either innovation level or employability level. And that is coming from the Nigerian sector as well. We can see Imo State, Lagos, and Ekiti. I think they were the prime 3 when it comes to digital literacy level at the point, yes. But guess what? When it comes to Imo State as well, it's the number 2, was rated number 2 in terms of the number of unemployed people. So can you see? It's counterproductive, yeah? What we need to do, coming back to the question differently, 2, let's work on the mental education of our people there. Otherwise, we will keep just dropping resources there. But they might think it's around, that is against the religion. The Christian people might say maybe this thing. We need to let them understand that technology has come to stay and it is healthy. That's one. Two, we need to create that access for every kid that is born. It is not their fault that they were born in the rural sector. It's our responsibility to ensure that the kid that is born in Elemere and the one that is born in Metama, they have access to the same infrastructural support. And that's what we're trying to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I actually do appreciate the example you gave with OPay, because that is when we also talk about inclusion, in addition to working with the people to develop, whatever initiative you're developing, also having in mind that innovation is not necessarily always complicated or complex. It can be so simple but transformational, and meeting people where they are with the devices they have. And you see how things like OPay have transformed the financial sector. You pay with your card or with transfer, and in a second, the receipt comes out, and it's meeting people where they are. So thank you. I really do appreciate the insights. I'm still going to go online, but I see that we're well out of time. So I would now turn to the audience just to get our questions, our comments before we give all the panelists an opportunity to give their final word. Yes, there's a hand there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm so excited to be here and hearing all the discussions. There's great hope for our girls. My name is Abdana Alex from South Africa. And I just wanted to, not a question per se, I want to, add my voice to what is all these discussions going on. So with eHealth Africa, like my director has mentioned, we have an e-learning platform, eHealth Academy. And to that also, we added the capacity building for females, right? Because the eHealth Academy, EHL Academy is both female, male, if you're interested in so we started thinking, because we noticed with our data analysts, with our data collector team, we are more of men and boys, guys, and men. And then most of the rural areas that they go to do data collections, and some of the houses, the households are not they are not allowed to go into the household to take this regulation. Then we're looking at, okay, so what is the problem? So why don't we have a lot of females with as our data collection? And we noticed, there was a case of incapacity. So we thought, okay, then we should start training our females. And so at the grading section of the capacity building, GIS, GIS slash data analytics training for females, it's ongoing at the moment. I just wanted to share some of our feedback because during the summer break, we were still having the sections. And then we were thinking, okay, since they are females, we should give them some time, maybe a few days before the 2 days public holiday that the federal government give, and then maybe 2 days also after. But then we were like, no, we want to do this. So I just wanted to say that I think our girls and our women, they are ready. They are ready. So and the idea is of to take them on, and then once we build this capacity, their capacity, then we should also be able to integrate them into what we are doing. So I just want to say that we are ready, and I'm happy that we're having this discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There's another hand at the back.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really excited to be in this program. And my name is Budines Lima. I study engineering, electronics and computer engineering to be precise. And I'm happy to be in a program where it start women in technology and engineering. Usually just women in technology. That is very rampant. Anyways, I I'm a robotics instructor and ICT instructor. And I work with some schools in Kubwa. Now, one of the challenges that I face, apart from the um, financial aspect or the monetary aspect of getting the equipment that I needed to train primary and secondary school children in robotics, is apart from that, the other challenge I usually face is the challenge of trying to convince schools to adopt robotics into their curriculum. Sometimes when I go to school and I talk with them, they say they are convinced, they are impressed by my presentation, but they don't have the space to adopt robotics into their curriculum. Now, I am specializing in robotics and embedded systems. And so this is something that is not very common. So usually sometimes I have to stop to with schools. They say, oh no, we are doing coding. And I said, yes, coding is good, it's part of robotics, but it's not robotics. And they're like, no, we'll continue with what we have for now. And then another challenge I usually face is the challenge of they'll say, okay, please, if you are going to come, it has to be like for 5 minutes or 1 hour, and it has to be once a week. So bring something like that, and you'll not be able to do much or go far. And then the next thing they'll be like, okay, when are we going to start building the robots? So I'm like, okay, this things take time. You have to do robots, just doing robots is for once a week and for just barely under 1 hour. So these are some of the challenges we face. And then I'm happy to see one of my bosses here, General Ronald, who mentioned something about the mentality of Nigerians. So then my question now is how do we get to convince schools, parents, because in as much as we're talking about digital literacy and some of other things, and like you mentioned about the mentality, how do we get to change the mindset and the mentality of especially those who have the responsibility of talking with young people in order to, because we are able to change the mindset of young people with regards to technology and engineering from this time on. It's a great way to help us and to bridge the gap between digital literacy and the application of whatever it is that we're learning, especially in Nigeria. So how do we do that? I don't know if my question is clear. Thank you very much.
So we can take one last question just because of time. And then the panelists. Okay, so can we take our questions in 1 minute each so that we take from the man? I also see one of the students, her hand is up. We'll take from one of the students and one person from that end, but you have to make it 1 minute, please. Thank you. So let's give the gentleman.
Good afternoon, everybody. Please, I just want to appeal that you bring this wonderful program down to Port Harcourt City where I come from. Okay, so this is me also trying to encourage the young ladies. I have a very good knowledge in renewable energy. So in this era of energy crisis, I want them to be motivated towards innovation, towards SDG7, so that they can also bring this idea of innovation into the new energy space. Please bring this program.
So the student hand goes up.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Amy. To the digital divide between urban schools and rural schools. So if we're talking about inclusion, how do we plan to bridge that divide between urban of how women are involved in technology and engineering? How do we plan on encouraging them to ensure inclusion? Thank you.
Thank you.
One final question.
Good afternoon. My name is Serena. I'm coming from the TWEl Foundation. We tell young girls and young women the same. Into coding. There are few actually. Most of them are just into UI, UX, graphics, and it is not their fault. It's because sometimes they don't even get. You see a lot of them in this field for a very long time. They do not get the job. So I'm trying my best to see how I keep encouraging them. Don't worry, let's do it. You keep up. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, we're running out of and I'm not going to speak about the question like individually. I think a comment address a lot of them. That's the question. I've already identified the key to the answers, right? So you say, okay, I had these children, but they didn't understand what robotics was about. They didn't understand what it is for them and all that. So it boils down to it's something I can totally relate with, and that's why I started that long story at the beginning of my opening to tell you my story, to tell you where I'm coming from, and then my current situation too, as person driving technology, not just for a state, for the nation, right? So we have a lot of these fantastic programs that are free. I've worked with eHealth before. We have a lot of these platforms. Look at how many things we're covering, MTN, this and that. There's so many. We used to give free laptops. I told you we take people to international events. In my own foundation, I've run programs to say, oh, come and get 100,000, 50,000. If today somebody gives me 50,000, it's a big deal. Me, just give me 10,000 credit. It's a big deal. I love it. I love people to do things because it's not easy to earn that money just like that. So why are people, for me, having all the experience I have, having been there, lived there and still it, I think that the key unlocking ingredient we really need to do is to make people aware, let them understand the opportunity. It is powerful, and that's the main bedrock of Shea Tech. The power is in, do you understand that whether it's you're looking for a job or you have graduated, you don't know what to do, or you don't even know, technology can solve it for you. It's not the AI, UI, machine learning, deep learning, all those big grammar that you need to teach them at this point in time. It's about all of you out there saying that, I was happy to hear a lady speak up and say, oh, I'm a robotics this, I code this and this. We need a lot of you to stand up and show your faces and speak about what you do. We need to see role models. You need to be able to see people that can relate, that you can relate with. And that's what I did. I spent the last 2 years just going to different schools in different states and saying, Sunana Amina, I am an AI professional globally recognized. See me here with my veil, with my black color, my chungu hair, African hair. I am proud of myself. Yes. And when I speak in forums, people stand up and give me ovations, standing ovations. So if people can start to see and relate and see it's not something far-fetched, they start to feel, oh, I can be Amina. I can even be better than Amina. You know what I mean? So them being able to understand that and also creating awareness, visibility, and awareness not just in the technicality and the success, but in the simple things. You don't need, I love what the moderator said. She said, as long as you have, and I'll take that with me anywhere I'm going to speak. As long as you have your device, you're a woman in tech. So what are you waiting for now? You know what I mean? So it's not about going to school and study that. It's about your mom. Look at that story. It's about his mom. You can even go and study all these big courses and not be able to use it appropriately, not have the hands-on skills. But his mom, why do you think his mom is using it? Because she has seen the power it's bringing to her business. You understand? She's seeing the impact. She's seeing the effect. She doesn't need a tech son that has a certificate and whatever to teach her. She would find a way to get there as well. Create the awareness, create the visibility. Role models should come out and speak. For me, I think that's the game changer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I'd say with that, we have touched most of the comments made. I would like us to wrap up. And starting from you, Dr. Amina, just tell us what is one hard truth or bold hope that you have for inclusive innovation in Africa. And that's the same thing I'd like everyone to answer as we round up.
Okay, so I have a magic wand, right? And I can make it happen with this statement. So I hope boldly, I'll take the good part. I hope to see Nigeria where our Nigerians will be able to create local solutions, right? To solve all the things we call challenges because they are really opportunities. So I want to see where we would build our solutions. I will not be dependent. I think only international, or solutions coming from other parts of the globe are what will solve our problems. Let us understand that the solution, the challenge that we see right now in our country are the things that are opportunities for us to be able to explore and create a game changer. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so we'll prioritize this is women innovate and into women events. I think the journey to the top for women sometimes it's actually more complex than men in the professional space. Becoming a CEO as a woman can be a little bit more complex than that of a man, especially because of the bias. But I tell you, there is likelihood of probabilistically of a better female CEO than male CEO. So for all women in here, don't give up, keep doing it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And to our panelists online.
I'll jump in and just speak to this point. I got to say, the last comment was prolific, talking about women as CEOs. It's not just about representation anymore in boardrooms. There is a competitive advantage to giving young women opportunities and access at a young age because they go on to not only become the best CEOs, they return $2 for every $1 investment compared to men. They last longer. They employ more people. What I've learned is that women follow 3 simple rules when they become employers and when they become leaders in technology. Rule number 1 is they never forget where they came from. right? If people in this room forgot where they came from, none of us would be in this room. Rule number 2, they never lose sight of where they're going. They're emotionally attached towards the outcome. They care about the impact that's made. But I think it's rule number 3 that matters the most. You see, with every great woman leader that I've worked with, many of you in this room, what I've realized is why everyone else is going around and bragging about what makes them different. The strong women leaders that come out of rooms like this are asking one question, and that's what makes them the same as the group they're trying to impact, the classroom they're trying to learn in, the business they're trying to lead. They take the time to actually find what makes them the same. And because of that, the prospects of humanity are better. So take a moment to give access and opportunity every single chance that you can, because it's not just about representation, it's about the future, and the numbers are in the favor of it. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Chris. I think I just want to add that we need to integrate everything around digitalization in early education. Right now, those that have the advantage are usually private sector schools. The public sector also has to invest in that from an educational point of view at all levels, so that we're already developing a pipeline of digital professionals and then have a lot of skills. I think it's very important that we have the right collaborations and strategic partnerships. There are certain things that we cannot achieve on our own, not as a government, not as a private sector, and not even as the social sector, but some collaborative approach to scaling up, to integrating what they're doing. Just like Dr. Amina said, they've done so many things over the years, but you need to scale it up with the right partners. The third thing I would just add also is that it is very important to also have the state governments in these type of conversations, whether by inviting the Nigerian Governors Forum or the Nigerian Governors Spouses Forum, because at the end of the day, there's so much you can do on the federal level, but it cascades down through the states. So there must be engagement, more engagement with the state governors and the state stakeholders when it comes to digitalization. And then I think every individual should just ask themselves a simple question: what can I do as a contribution to this matter? Because you'll be surprised that every little contribution will make a great difference. Thank you.
Is as women leaders, we should ask ourselves the question, what makes us the same, rather than what makes us different, which pushes us into competition mode. If we ask ourselves what makes us the same, then we are relatable. And what we do with that is the young women coming after us, looking up to us, can see that we are relatable, and it gives them the gumption and the inspiration to dream. Thank you so much for participating in this panel, and thank you to all the speakers. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for my amazing moderator, the great panelists here. Please, and our virtual faculty. You want to face us. This way. Yeah, yes, yes. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Yeah, so you can also step down.
You want us to step down?
Yes, step down there. Just look like they're changing tonight. Sorry. So while they're taking this picture, I think we will listen to a very impactful panel. And I think the key takeaway is the importance of awareness, awareness and access. We know that already.
Let's
It's
what
like the
happened.
tech has removed us from the picture.
Okay, they are back.
So like I said, I think the key takeaway is the importance of awareness and technology. Technology is no longer I think the last point was each and every one of us in this room encourage the next person of the importance of technology. Like we mentioned before, we can use our handy dandy phones and devices to share everything that we're learning about. Womenovate to share all of the updates that you're learning about this event. Make sure you do not leave here and forget what you learn or forget to share what you learn with the next person. That's the importance of this kind of summit. Not just to keep it inside, but share all the information that we're learning because technology must be inclusive. So thank you again to my moderator, to my panelists here and abroad. I think this was such an enriching the message that I want to share with all of us since you're talking about awareness and access to opportunities. Not sending